Так, всем привет. Геншин, я забыл, что он открывается так. Приходится захват экрана делать, а не захват игры. Так, ну чё, я надеюсь, это та версия. А то я сегодня запустил, блин. Я охренел, думаю, что такое, не пойму. У меня 3-й левел. Ярко-белый экран. Че, не могли какую-нибудь заставочку сделать? Я там не знаю. Что это такое? У меня вылезло устройство захвата видео. Еще одна какая-то. Так, ну это вот мой аккаунт, наконец-то. 47-й ранг. Что это, что это? Это кто? Не знаю. Редактировать профиль. А что здесь изменилось? Ничего же не поменялось. Что надо? Магазины. Боже, боже, боже. Там до хрена всяких этих обнов. Боюсь даже смотреть. Тут уже Genshin обнова 3.0. Основные моменты версии. Что-то новое как появилась вкладка. А. Ну, понятно, то, что это. Фига себе, как они делали. Персонажиков новых дофига, видать. Что это, опросы? О, они опросы так теперь сделали, не надо переходить на сайт. Так, ладно. Можно пойти тестовые забеги пока побегать. Выполнять. Как раз, может быть, вспомню, что к чему.
dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
All hail. Next on the
Да я подбегаю, она же не ближних. Все? Так быстро? Это новенькое. Кокоми. Такой головастик. Мортис, привет. Водяная, но она и выглядит как рыбка. Такая медузка. Эффекты красивые.
This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it.
You surrender and I'll be gentle. You're toast. Nice and spicy. Race you.
Быстро, конечно, пролетаются они. Тоже такой не видел Дори. Сорян, надо звук отключить. С чайником. Какая-то необычная вообще. На шарике с мечом. Так, а это кто? Тоже такой не видел. Ага, лучница. Вау, прикольно.
Let's spark things up a little.
Ну, это малышка саппорт, я так понимаю. Да ё-моё. Ой, зачем я зашел? Ну и этих пройду уж.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Try not to enjoy this too much.
Oh, so sorry. Freeze. Cool it.
Absorption test. Animal hypostasis emulation. Animal test 63.
Вообще в лед. Проходится.
Rain outlines your fate. Time to act.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Body and mind.
Freeze. This moment will be frozen.
Rain cutter.
Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
Комбинация скиллов. Так, что здесь? Джунгли Дхармы. Ё-моё. А, ни хрена, это такая область огромная. Это вся карта, которая у меня до этого была открыта. И вот эта огромная область, офигеть. Громоцвет. Ну, я вот это, по-моему, выполнял. Поэтому давайте ее и продолжим. Так, стоп, что это еще? Бутонизация. Ясненько. Что еще там было? А, понял.
afternoon tea.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl.
Да. А, это молитву сюда вытащили. Что это такое? А я хрен знает, что мне надо. Это водяная она, да? Я не знаю. У меня еще ни одного тут такого перса нет. Из новых коллекций. Гид какой-то. Все, что ли? Все прокликал. Так, ладно, я выполнял это, поэтому пойду за чайничком.
This is a peaceful neighborhood.
А как нажать проверить-то, я не помню.
Mr. Crossell, how's business been?
У меня на английском стоит.
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus jade.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus jadeite and had it. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Chiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may.
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Chiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Ms. Chiao in the event that it is
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Chow lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
как я делал это? Я не помню, там же на какую-то кнопку же надо было нажимать, или каждый раз кликать на это.
Whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Monsieur Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no... My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Monsieur Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Jichao somehow. True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Jichao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the Jadeite, whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the Jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item, and however much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital now that it's come to this. I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Monsieur Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly... My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I'm...
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossell's.
Да ладно. Ну, я игру переустановил, поэтому... Это надолго, интересно? Так, ладно. Пока не надо. Потом установлю. Ясно, понятно. 9 гигов, блин.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see.
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
Так, авто, да?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossell.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Помчались. А, на кнопку В. Блин, но игра выглядит намного красивее, конечно, чем Tower Fantasy.
What should I try this time?
I just like to make people smile.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossell's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. and then he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well.
Упорно такое лицо.
And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossell, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus Jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus Jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Могла бы просто подойти во время катсцены.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that, yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything? So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossell...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Try your luck waiting on Jade? Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact smaragdus jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk smaragdus jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see.
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. No. Aha! Got it! Sinxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is illegal. Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Singsi.
Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time,
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Krosel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Inksy, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinksy. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Чайник пытаюсь
Sure,
получить.
it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
Jewelry's out of stock, but we have some new items.
Выдыхается быстро. Блин, а когда-то была всего одна полоска.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
Какая-то бюрократия.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document, won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yenfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
Ah, you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baiju guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
Все, мы возвращаемся, да, ура.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus jadeite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus jadeite, and yet you claim that the—
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question. If we want to determine whether the ore is genuine, we need to start with evidence from the Jade Mystery. Clearly, you still have a few things to learn about this aspect of legal proceedings. This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus jadeite and Smaragdus nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence, something legally binding.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus Jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
He's seriously intimidating right now. It's like...
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus Jadeite in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus Jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Jiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Jiqiao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go, but whatever. It'll do.
Вот
Thanks so
она,
much for your help
бюрократка.
this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit
Когда
and
можно было,
express my
видишь, все
thanks more
по-человечески
appropriately.
сделать.
Oh,
Просто
come
взять и
on.
простить.
No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near an Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Сейчас только балаболить. Бабушка там уже нас точно заждалась.
You've returned. How did it go? Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right, then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis. Ah, indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Ah, Liyue is not the same place I once knew. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment. There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively and so—
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Чайник безмятежности. Ага. Вот так вот, значит. Нифига. Круто. Форму обители. А я откуда знаю, какую надо? А можно как-то посмотреть? Ага. На небесах. Изумрудный пик. Или остров свежести. И один закрытый, да? О, вот это прикольно. А потом можно будет поменять, интересно? Или это раз и навсегда? Давайте пик. До 10 уровня? А, понятно.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside the Madam Ping's. There's even a great big house in the middle too. Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Hey! There's a perfectly good house right over there! Why should Paimon have to live
Ты же
all
консерва.
around? Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Прикольно. А что там? За горизонтом? Ага. Ну что так?
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again?
Дать имя надо будет?
Oh, call me. I suppose you may
Flash.
call me Tubby.
Окей.
So you're the little helper Madam Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night. Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler if you now allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms, chairs. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on, just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials. Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed adeptus? Paimon wonders who could that be?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adeptus again since.
Ты можешь посещать другие чайники? В гости ходить?
Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
Ага. Что бывает в чайника? Понятно. А, еще и материалы собирать, да?
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
А, только те, кто в сети? Понял. Ясно, понятно. Через F7. В смысле? А как там можно затравить? Там чат какой-то есть, что ли? А, ну да, чат есть. Что это? Мастерская. Я хрен знает, где ее ставить. Пускай новый будет. И текущее здание, да? Создать комплект. Что это значит? Его можно передвинуть. Блин, как подвинуть? Все понял. А чё он тут? Вон, лучше его на угол поставить. Правильно же, здесь заход. Ну да, вот вывеска. Это все надо будет открывать. компаньончика можно разместить. Ясно, понятно. Ой, пойман. А чё ты задом наперед стоишь? Ну вот, прикольно.
Traveler, you're here! Anything interesting you want to talk about today?
О, боже мой.
Morning! Are you going out for some tasty food today? Oh, Paimon's ready to go anytime!
А, здесь создавать даже можно. Прикольно. Я думал, чисто украшение будет. А, они добавляются, да, в эту в общую. Ты сейчас в игре?
Why not keep me
Сейчас
company for a
загляну.
while? There'll be plenty of time for work later.
А я что, рецепты не изучал? Покупал и не изучал, да? А куда они делись? Куда они добавились-то? Не понял. А, запрос еще отправлять. Ой, подожди. А, вот так вот, посмотреть. Все, понял. Что это, камень телепорта? Что за здания такие? И в них заходить прямо? А, нет, нельзя. Грядки какие-то. На карту. А что там? Это она такая большая? А я думал, она вот всего лишь. Ничего себе. Ща, подожди. Это что за домики? Твоих рабочих? Или просто для украшения? О! Прикол. Это типа те персонажи, которые у тебя открыты, да? О! Фига, еще и позаходить можно. Прикольно. Вау. Прикольный пьедестал. Ну ща я второй этаж посмотрю. Что-то вот эти тут не к месту, мне кажется. Сидеть можно. Кошаки! Ты как кошаков затащил? Фига себе, что тут такое? Алхимией занимаешься, да? Где? Я ж там был вроде. А, не был. Какие-то когти непонятные. Что ж ты шкафами закрыл окна? Персы вообще какие-то новые, я таких не видел. Прикольно. А на других островах у тебя тоже что-то уже стоит? О, садись, давай. О, банана. Жизнь в кайф. А, вот так вот только. А можно же пробежаться, да? Или нельзя? А деревья тоже ты сажал? Она же пустая вообще, по идее, карта-то. Что за игра? Какого финиша? Куда бежать? Какого финиша? А, вон синяя метка где? Фига, ты что там за 4 секунды? О, вот здесь красиво. Слушай, ну у тебя-то пляж. А интересно, что у меня будет. Такие... Блин, на дну тоже пляж. Чтобы водичка была. Так, ладно. Поехали дальше.
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Это поменьше, да? Какой-то прудик, а не горячий источник. Эй, пёселик! Что за... Что за... Куда? Что происходит? А, понял. Тут полосы препятствия никто себе не строит, интересно. Ни у кого ни в гости не ходил. А то, может, какие-нибудь полосы препятствий выстраивают с помощью вот таких всяких штук. Есть же любители построить свои карты. У маньяка есть? Но он не в сети. Что это? Что за механоиды? Вау, прикольно. Странно. Так кусарейчик. Кинотеатр, что ли, театр? Понял. Вот это симпатичнее. Сцена прям. Тебе надо лавочки тут построить. А там есть какое-то ограничение, да, сколько объектов можешь выставлять на карту? Или прям хоть сколько ставь? Или зависит от уровня развития? Сколько предметов можешь поставить? Ну это фигово. Ну или хотя может быть правильно, а то лагало бы. Еще вон там что-то есть, да? Ну там пока ничего нет. Понял. Сколько у тебя питомцев всяких тут? Такс, ладно. Пошел я дальше проходить. А тут как-то оценивать можно поместье или что-нибудь такое? Нельзя, что ли? Что это? Награды. Мебель, наверное. Каша. Там еще и главы. Подожди, выучена схема изготовления. Вот почему их нет у меня в этом, да? В инвентаре. То есть их сначала изготовить надо, а потом. Это для этого нужна мастерская? Ага. Лучница, да? Я видел за нее ивент. Это, конечно, прикольно на этом шарике. А как же они так не сделали, что можно оценивать поместье? Почему нету? Господи, я просто так постоял, и мне что-то дали опять. Фейерверки? Фига далеко летит. Ничего себе. Ух ты. О, вот это прикольно. По эффектам даже.
It's nearly time for afternoon tea.
И чё, они у тебя все прокачаны уже? А вторая кто у тебя там? Вот это вот кто? Что она делает? Лучницы тоже. Что-то одни лучники. Заряженный выстрел, короче. Ясненько.
Come a little closer. Blitz.
Так, ну чё, ладно, я пошел дальше проходить себя. Как отсюда выйти теперь? Как покинуть вас?
Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be plenty of time for work later.
Опа, через чайник? А, нет. А, или это, наверное, на карте, которая стоит, у тебя там чайник, да, выход?
It's nearly time for afternoon tea.
Это типа куда телепортироваться можно, да, из него? Че, оценивать нельзя, что ли? Нет такой возможности. Окей.
Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be
Ладно,
plenty
что
of
просто
time
так
for work
тусоваться.
later.
Опять в чайнике. Блин, как инвентарь зайти, я забываю. А, на Б же, да? Или подожди. Как в чайник зайти? Блять. Где мой чайник? Новый перс прикольный, да. Как в чайник зайти? Что за фигня? А, через карту, да? Господи. Вот они потом будут открываться, области. Что это? Как телепортнуться-то? А если я телепорт туда не ставил, как делать теперь? У меня не было телепорта. А я нажимал, там ничего не происходило. Да нет у меня в инвентаре чайника. А, вот он, да? Или что это? Нет. А, вот он, да?
Time for afternoon tea.
Чайники, чайники. Подожди. Допуски какие-то, господи. Что за бред? Что за бред? И где мне их искать? Один допуск? А. И как это работает? Например, на тебе проверю. Хрен знает. А, ты вышел, что ли, уже? Ладно. Опросы какие-то, отстаньте. Я не буду сейчас проходить опросы.
Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be plenty of time for work later.
Подожди, Подожди, а я же сохранял... А, вон оно. А, у меня еще и дом неправильно повернут. Ой, не то. Вот. Ничего не пойму. Ландшафт, дерево, окей. А остальное, которое я активировал, где оно все? Компаньоны, это те, которые, это, да, мои открытые. Кустик. А, их создавать надо по плюша. А, вот ограничение, да? Слушай, ну 200 предметов это до хрена. Ты животных, наверное, много понаставил. А, можно несколько ставить. А всего у меня 3 было, да? То есть потом я уже больше поставить не смогу. Ну да. Понял. То есть они тратятся. Надо хоть как-нибудь повернуть, а то что-то как-то одинаково стоят.
Maybe you're not used to the play.
Это что такое? Можно покупать, да? Нифига, слушай, список огромный. Если здесь посидеть и задастся целью обустроить свое жилье, можно, наверное, круто прям сделать. Ну, бабки, правда, потом могут понадобиться. В смысле, это в доме? Можно разграничить новую территорию в доме прям? Прикольно. Нифига там список. Много-много всяких украшений, обалдеть. Так, я к маньяку хочу в гости. Посмотреть, что он там наделал. Что это такое? А, комплект прям? То есть там какой-то комплект мебели будет, да? Ничего себе. Да, здесь, в принципе, реально можно поселиться и жить. Обустраивать и обустраивать. Обалдеть, всякие заборчики есть. И они, наверное, каждый раз добавляют что-нибудь новенькое, да? Бодрящий горячий источник. Чертеж комплекта. Да, ни хрена там сколько. Боже мой, там еще вкладки. А, точка телепортации. Прикол. Семена. А, это вот их типа сажать, и они будут расти, да? А я думал, их надо где-то находить, сажать. О, боже, боже. Жестко. Однако. А, тут тоже надо собирать. Ага. Ага, понял. Ага, вот мои чертежи. Эти не изучены, но это вот есть. Прикол. А, там еще и время надо выжидать, сколько он будет делаться. 14 часов! 14, мать его, часов!
If you ever have any...
Кто мне там говорил? Арина? Говорил, нафиг ты играешь в этом, в Конун, когда есть Геншин, да? Угу. Тут пока все обустроишь, вечность пройдет. Маньяк, привет. Держите меня север. Да. Зачем ты играешь, говорит, в Конана? Угу. Ну ты обустроил, ты-то сколько играл? И я сколько не играл. Слушай, а может... А если я точку телепортации поставлю, я потом могу на нее телепортироваться, да? То есть не обязательно будет чайник ставить? Наверное, надо поставить, а то каждый раз этот чайник искать. Да-да-да, я у Алексиуса уже побывал в гостях. Он показал. А, это только на 7-м уровне, да? Да в смысле? Да в смысле? Я не могу поставить? Как изучить-то ее?
It's nearly time for afternoon tea.
Что надо сделать?
Maybe you're not you.
Ее тут нет. Или ее прям сразу можно ставить?
If you ever have any
А, сразу можно, все, понял. Ну, пускай вот здесь или где-нибудь. То есть вот эти, которые в магазине, их можно сразу ставить. Вот эти вот. Ой. Где она? Где она была? Вот эти. Это богатство обители. А, тут еще ограничения есть, сколько можно купить, понял. Так, все, ладно, давай, пока. Так, выходим отсюда. Так, нет, не Манштадт, Льюэ. Загружается как отдельная игра прям. Такс. Куда я хотел? Крутить у меня нечего, так что без баннерочков. Но вот это только одна есть. Куда там надо было нажимать? Я забыл. Вот тут, что ли, проверять заданьки, да? Вот, Джей. И что? Что мне эти гемы? Ты предлагаешь мне их потратить? Подожди, или это для крутения? Где молитва? Не, подожди. Это для чего? Чтоб купить их? Чё крутить? Сейчас, минутку. Все, я возвращаюсь. Какоми, если нужен хил. Казу, если нужен дамаг, да? А я хрен знает. Давайте дамаг. Козочку куртануть. Сахароза. Вот и все. Так, что у меня тут? Вот и все, да. Все, я ухожу из игры, короче. Еще на полгода. Так, это я не могу, это я не могу. Потому что у меня там все закрыто. Это что такое? А, я же не закончил встречу даже еще. Промежуточный том. Первая глава. Пошлите сюда.
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Вот она, блин, которую я пытался выбить.
They have the audacity to go after anything. The 7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions. Still, this time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures? Oh, Traveler, it's you.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Hello. We were just discussing the treasure hoarders.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to
Вы
mess
слышите,
with
что
the
мне на
Abyss.
английском?
It's just too evil.
Я, короче, вчера захожу в игру, а он мне пишет: привяжите, пожалуйста, телефон. И начинаю привязывать телефон, а он мне выдает ошибку. И никакие смс-ки, ничего не приходят. Я, короче, через сайт регистрировал, то есть телефон, там все дела, привязал. И без толку, опять ничего, короче. Пришлось мне все снести. И вот сегодня с утра я закачал по новую игру. Она у меня вся на английском.
You are correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss. Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her big sis of the gods. But that's probably just a wild rumor.
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside. They have already devised a plan. They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
To this end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Oh, indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers. Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat Travel Guide, then? Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her. So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface. So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
Leave this commission to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild.
Я говорю, я сегодня переустановил игру.
Good luck.
У меня не
The
заходило,
guild will take
выдавало
care of the
ошибку.
details of this commission.
Я уже проверил все файлы, то есть на проверку целостности все было нормально и без толку. Короче, не заходил, не пускал. Привязать телефон не мог. Скачаю там 9 гигов. 9 гигов докачаю потом. Блин, как здесь красиво. Все-таки Tower Fantasy похуже графика. Ну, оставлю так, думаю.
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Gaia's information is reliable.
Мне не понравилось, что там все завязано на коопе. Боссов там вообще нереально валить. И в одиночку.
There aren't many guards here. Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked. Swingblade!
No, my sword!
Witness the power of good work!
Ой, а здесь же надо эти разрушать, да? Или нет? В Tower Fantasy там вообще ничего разрушать нельзя. Только определенные прям вещи. Из них ничего не может не выпасть.
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins? Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you. Swingblade.
Здесь и анимация красивее.
This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand Thief? Why is he in that position? Is he praying to something? That's... Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right? But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this. And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he's... Hello? Are you okay, mister? He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good. Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon. Ah! Now what? We can't stay here! Quick, run!
Ой! А! Ай-яй-яй. Йоу, а что делать? Они вернутся? Все, я застрял? Да. Да, блин. Йоу. А, то есть уступать не надо было. Сейчас странный будет, да, нет? Ой. А, воскрешать же надо. Как жрачку дать? Они так это и не сделали? Жрачку, чтобы побыстрее давать. О, это каждый раз в инвентарь заходить.
You cannot spy on the secrets of the abyss. You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price. As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
An Abyss Herald?
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
What is this power?
Unstoppable.
Careful, please don't get cocky.
Abyssal roar. Rise.
Забыл, как там эти поступки, какие у него там.
Rain outlines your fate. You're in for a little shock.
Ой. Да, блин, что застряло-то?
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Body and mind.
Crumble. This power, it seems familiar. I see. So it's you. You are the one. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
What a tough battle. Are you okay? Oh, such a strong enemy. Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them? Huh? What is it? What are you thinking about? Oh, right, yeah. We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange. Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well. An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
A rare opportunity? With Dan helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries about the Abyss.
Куда же нас поведет? Так, подождите, я точно в этом качестве бегал? Не качестве, я имею в виду этой командой. Это, наверное, новые фразы, которые я, по идее, должен буду позже открыть. Почему они все открыты?
Every time I ask, try. So, what's that? A vision? Hey, darling. I like ice. Well, aren't you just the sweetest? Thanks, cutie. You just...
Лучше.
Oh,
Там очень много завязано именно... Ой, блин. На коопе. Кланах.
No pain. No. What do you... Don't force it, darling. Do you need going? Looks...
У меня всегда такая фигня, я как только вступаю в клан, мне сразу игра начинает разонравливаться. Безупречный алхимик. Ну да. Костюм. Метров.
It's nearly time for afternoon tea.
Кого своих-то? Ты был уже в клане. Ой.
Your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Body and mind. Change of plans.
Яй.
Order guide you. Rise.
Может быть, за неактивность. Ты часто заходил? Блин. Каждый день заходил все равно. Странные какие-то.
Rise! I will have order.
Those abyss mages just now. Were they trying to ambush us?
No. They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
Ну еще хуже тем, что там все на английском. Даже русских субтитров нет.
Looking for
Вот
chaos
чё плохо.
devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins.
Блин, меня, наверное, тоже уже выперли
However,
из
they
того,
look disappointed,
из клана.
so it would seem they haven't found
За
it yet.
неактивность.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss, but I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Paimon is getting goosebumps thinking about all this.
All right, we shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's continue our search.
Вот здесь же, да, это воскрешать. А то я так жрачки не напасусь. Ну да.
Body and mind.
Так, отряды. Какой у меня отряд был, я не помню. Основной. Почему вот этот тут? Спасибо. О, у меня даже вот этот есть. Наверное, вот он был, да?
Ready when you are.
Все, понял. Я, наверное, его синцу брал, потому что они с этим он мочит, она бьет электричеством, да?
May knowledge guide you.
Ладно, пускай остается. Что такое? Какая-то отметка. Он оставил отметки, уже не помню. Так, а эти что-то надо собирать, да, как-то их?
Solidify.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
Stabilize.
for a little shock.
Nothing to order guide you.
Забыл все.
Rain outlines your fate. I am outplayed.
Моя потрясающая игра.
Urine, don't be such a brute.
Вот так-то давно не играть.
Going out is tiring.
Я подох. Скотина, приземлись! Да ё-моё. Чё не приземляется-то?
I will have order. Crumble.
Забываю.
Solidify.
Скотина, иди сюда.
Wow. Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are active around here. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of Ruin Guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
Единственное, что здесь выносливость быстро кончается,
There are no
конечно.
coincidences in the world. Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago. Just like your appearance in that tavern, time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout. Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
Branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago, Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh, speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name. Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Conria was... Huh? You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago.
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry. But if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Conria you saw, what was it like?
Кровать это больше невозможно.
So that's the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your brother from within that meteorite.
It seems your brother woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your brother told you that the destruction of Conria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
The destruction of Conria? He said that?
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your brother must have understood this world better than you did, because he woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Conria. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Conria. Am I right?
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Conria so you could find your brother? Oh, yeah! You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Conria than both of you. Conria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Conria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits. let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
Как быстро заходить? На Б? Да, на Б. Яблочками покармливал. Жри яблоки. Жри яблоки. 53 яблочка. Обжралась, довольная.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
В Tower of Fantasy, по-моему, там вообще бегать можно без конца, да? Поэтому я все время прожимаю Shift сейчас. А, по-моему, выносливость только тратится на залазание. И на применение всяких этих навыков. Вот отсюда, наверное, ближе или как? Вот отсюда долечу. Мне все время бегать хочется. А тут бегать нельзя. Подождите, мне надо тренироваться, я все забыл. Начнем вот с этих.
Stabilize. Solidify.
A reward on the road. Be gone! No, my sword! Rain cutter!
No pain, no gain.
Брат пришел.
Ruin guards and abyss mages. Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These Ruin Guards were known as Field Tillers by the people of Conria.
Field tillers? What a strange name.
It's not like you think. Field Tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons. The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the Field Tiller came about.
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
Well, that sounds so sad.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
Gather! Rain outlines your fate.
Windblade!
Solidify! Order guide you!
Let me weave you a verse.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer.
Oops.
You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy.
Huh? This abyss maze dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it? Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it.
Engulf the faith of the enemy in flame, and bring glory to His Highness the Prince.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-weaving machine? From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate-weaving operation. So, Dane, what message does this talisman...
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
How so?
In short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osile, Overlord of the Vortex.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean? What do they want with Osile?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Devalin?
Брат играет. Я ему отдал.
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
Is that even possible? So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Khaenri'ah. Though of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Khaenri'ah. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
It would seem so.
This whole thing keeps getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation? Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to the cathedral first and ask around. Maybe we'll learn something.
The cathedral.
Huh? What's the matter?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Фига шашлык. А, она сытая. Сколько барахла всякого. Йоу. Там поближе-то нету. Ладно. Ага.
A huge statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to construct them. But how aware of this was the Animo Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though, does it?
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing I can say about it.
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! Don't say anything bad about the Animal Archon! And actually, the Animal Archon is... never mind!
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the sisters.
Huh?
Да ну, поиграть пока.
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their utmost trust. Having me tag along would only make them suspicious. Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is never pretty. I have never received the favor of the gods in the past. I don't see any reason I would need it now, or in the future either. That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss Order continues to act.
Okay, then we'll just go in ourselves and ask around.
I should warn you about one thing. Don't go mentioning the defiled statue inside the cathedral. The Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue. But if they rashly tried anything against the Abyss Order, it would only ruin whatever element of surprise we may have. Also, meddling in the affairs of the Abyss usually doesn't end well for anyone.
Body and mind.
Можно сказать, я играю в Genshin прошлогоднюю.
Anything the knights can do for you.
Honorary Knight! Hi, how have you been? Do you need anything today? But I should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre to Hermel again, we cannot oblige.
It seems she hasn't realized it's just an illusion. Oh, we're here to ask some questions about something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field tiller?
What's that? Field tiller.
Of course you wouldn't know anything about that. Okay, next question. Has the church ever lost a statue of the Seven?
Huh? You're here to ask about that old story? Well, I didn't expect that. That was such a long time ago, barely anyone mentions it nowadays. A long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the Seven that disappeared one night without a trace. Nearly every member of the church joined the search for it, but it was never found. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident has been called the Lost Statue of the Seven.
Of course!
Of course?
Nothing? So do you have any other clues? Paimon means any other strange stories? Sorry, Barbara, but we can't tell you about the statue we saw just yet. Like Dane said outside, it's for your own good.
Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church's records. Oh, the Tyrant's Final Fury? No, that's from another time. Probably unrelated.
Ну, я посмотрю, что, возможно, там поставлю.
Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed old Mondstadt, the place now known as Storm Terror's lair. Many, many years ago, there was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached old Mondstadt.
Balls of fire raining from the sky? How terrifying!
People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storms, so they referred to it as the tyrant's final fury. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. It just gradually ceased on its own. Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Common reasoning dictates that the god of storms wouldn't shoot fireballs. Perhaps it was something else that caused the disaster. Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the Seven, but I just can't think of any other strange incidents that might be.
It's okay. Thanks anyway.
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain. Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clergy.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
Right. We'll go give Master Jean a hand.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the animal Archon protect you all.
Ох уж этот белый экран, блин. Светит. Жестко. Костюм другой? Не знаю, не заметил. Ты думаешь, я помню предыдущий? Это мне надо стримы открывать, смотреть.
Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation? This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should go as well.
But what is the Abyss Order going to Wolvendom for anyway? Are they looking to do the same as they did with Dvalin? Not again!
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago. Today, it is just his spirit that stands guard over Wolvendom. The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information.
Пять.
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now.
No, my sword! Get...
Whew. There sure are a lot of enemies around here.
The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are. Fits the Abyss Order's style.
Yeah, let's go!
I'm not going any further.
Huh? Why not? Is it because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
It has nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven. I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him. Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable. There's nothing special about gods anyway. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods. You shouldn't place too much trust in them. But at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down.
Мне кажется, они у
Even
меня
if the god in
апгрейжены
question is your
максимум
sworn enemy.
для моего уровня.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them.
Проверь.
That's some...
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears, I will tell you one final fact.
Huh? What?
The destruction of the nation of Kanria by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven. Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas brief.
Up, there he goes. What a strange man. Yeah, that's true. You also keep your guard up against unfamiliar gods. At the Rite of Dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do. Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
Oh, Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly
У Джин, да,
appreciated.
новый костюм
The Abyss
видно.
Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded Wolvendom. I am preparing to send out some knights to fight back. I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you. Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... What is the connection between them?
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason? The Abyss Order already went after Devalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the animals.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight,
Нет, по-моему,
please go
я
and
только
check if
перешел
Lupus
на новый
Boreas is in
уровень,
any
и
danger.
мне кажется, мне еще там
God's
далеко.
spirit. He does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time. Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight of Favonius.
Максимум. Я говорю, я не могу их апгрейдить. Максимум. Если только других прокачивать. Вот его можно улучшать, да, синцу? Я уже ни хрена не помню. Как прокачивать, что делать. Я что-то вкачал там, блин, какую-то деталь. Что ж, на 20-ку сразу. Здесь максимум. Здесь тоже. Подожди. А, оружие же еще. Тут 50-й нужен. Понял. Ага. Я не помню, я эти ему предметы хотел или нет. Или, может быть, что-то ему другое уже ставить надо. А, с волком сражаться. Так, против волка я, по-моему, огненную брал, да, лучницу? Ой, отряды. Вот этих брал?
Here, let me help you.
Quake!
Prepare to be blown away!
мультик. А, вот, нападало что-то. Что-то нападало. Да ё-моё.
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And the Abyss Herald!
You not welcome here!
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory. If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past.
Волка тоже изменили? Он что-то черный стал. По-моему, был светленький.
What the heck is this ceremony? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Oh no! Is this the same thing they did to corrupt Dvalin's
И отростки какие-то другие.
Wolves never surrender! But this can't go on.
No matter how many times you resist us, your efforts are all in vain.
Блин, зря я переставил, наверное.
Bow before the abyss.
Go, Baron Bunny! No escape! Windblade!
You come on. Let's spark the...
Stabilize. I will have order.
Yeah! Get him! That's cheap!
Solidify.
Это откуда взялся?
Gather.
Go, Baron Bunny! No one escapes my sight!
New life, the end is nigh. The end will come.
Solidify.
You're in for a little shock.
All life will perish.
You come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
Get him! Bet you can't keep up with me!
Order guide you. Gather.
Windblade!
The end will come.
Надо Лизу накормить.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
The world will
You're in for a little shock.
The abyss shall rise.
Solidify.
Once again.
Куда он делся?
The ceremony was interrupted. How fortunate for you. How does an old spirit have such determined will? No matter. This is but a small unforeseen variable. Our grand scheme will not be affected.
It disappeared again!
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Human Lupercal. I am ashamed that you must see me in my present state. But still, the Abyss Herald underestimated my strength.
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial, but scary outsider, not respect trial rules. I too didn't see the trap.
Wait, so you mean the Abyss Order had everything prepared to corrupt Lupus Boreas' mind, then lured him out under the...
Thank you. In the future, my claws must get sharper. You smelled danger and came here?
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like. Besides coming to help, we actually have something to ask you about too. Excuse us, Mr. Wolf Guide. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. I know not what this field tiller is. It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for a challenger. But it could not think, only fight. It was designed. I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before...
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could have been the very first field tiller, right?
Yes, it could spin, leap high into the air, and even shoot.
Fireballs? Hey, didn't we hear this somewhere else recently as well? Anyway, this pretty much proves that the first field tiller came to Mondstadt, doesn't it? It sounds like the first one was way stronger than the mass-produced ruin guards that came after. But in this story, it was damaged at the proving ground while fighting.
Don't know, but...
Yes, you were a big help. Thanks. We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are still attacking. You two be careful.
Yes, I smell more danger. You too, also be careful.
Well, there was some good intel. Quick, let's go tell Dane.
Тебя осторожно, говорит. Ой.
Dane, there you are. Did you see Master Jean?
I saw her, but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservation. If I'm not careful, one day I may find myself becoming the object of one of her investigations. But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success? I see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really? Just from the Lupus Boreas story?
That information combined with a more comprehensive analysis. For example, the old story you told me you heard in the cathedral. Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceased tyrant.
Paimon gets it. So the tyrant's final fury was real after it was damaged in the fight with the wolf. Then, whenever anyone got close, back then, the people of Mondstadt hadn't seen many ruin guards.
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area. What do you mean?
Huh? You mean... Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that abandoned ruin guard sitting atop the tower when we went there before. Can't forget something like that.
Тяжело события, я забыл. А. Где он? Внизу? Здравствуй.
This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye. Ooh, so what did you see? Huh? Nothing? What's going on? Are you sure you did it right?
This requires another method. Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try.
Да, правильно, включи его. А, я думал, сейчас включит.
Wow! It's
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of the first field tiller. All of the ruin guards today are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability was unrestricted.
Prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word. Is it another ancient term from Conria?
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osile, Overlord of the Vortex, are attached to the statue, there you have a mechanized god. And this newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia. Yes.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
No. I'll guard it myself.
Huh? You?
А мы можем ему доверять?
You won't go and do anything crazy with it.
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. No matter where we may hide it, they will find it. And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
Oh.
But our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue. We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves. As for what I mean by take care of it, naturally I mean to complete.
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven, as well as being a really important cultural... Well, good thing we didn't didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise, she'd be going completely...
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what belongs to them? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy the inverted statue. If we are lucky, we will also run into that Abyss Herald. I'll make sure it doesn't get away this time.
Интересно. Будет драка. Чё был? Лягушка пробегала. Так.
So after all that running around, we end up right back here again. Look at us. We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That or the stupidest. To get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last time. That should take us right to it. Yep, that'll work. Let's go, and remember to be on your guard.
Let's go, блин. Подожди, тут сундук. Я не мог пройти мимо.
Looks like we're here. An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You sense correctly. You are just as vexatious as ever, Dainsleif, enemy of the Abyss. I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed, perhaps from your darkest nightmares. Oh, and something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from out.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption. Time to silence you!
А я думал, мне его дадут поиграть.
Witness the power of the wild.
Come a little closer.
Gather.
Prepare to be blown away.
Stabilize. Yeah.
Abyssal roar.
Bliss.
I will have order. Gather.
Rain outlines your fate.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Solidify.
Grant me new life. The end is nigh.
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
The end will come.
Stabilize.
The world will fall. The end is nigh. All life will perish.
Solidify.
Come a little closer.
The end will come.
You've been a naughty boy.
The end is nigh.
Windblade!
Stabilize.
О, боже мой, выносливость закончилась.
You're in for a little shock.
Solidify. This is order.
Да успокойся ты.
Gather.
The abyss.
И сейчас наш дружок поможет, ну как всегда, в самом конце. О, братик.
Prince.
Hey! Could that be?
Итер? Его Итер зовут?
Lumine.
Люмин? Это мое настоящее имя? Люмин? А не Альфа. Итер и Люмин.
Wait! He just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald! Your brother? And the Abyss?
Lumine, why are you with Dane?
Uh-huh? Your brother knows Dane?
Ether, we meet again.
What's going on here? Dane knows him too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy. Ether. But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man Dainsliff was the Twilight Sword.
one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria. A curse of immortality was laid upon him, to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into the monsters of the abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves? And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Paimon's so confused.
Home. Yes, of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end. Listen to me, Lumine. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world.
Ксюш, это ты. Ты закончил путешествовать по этому миру уже. Приключения.
So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, sister. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
What? Она не прошла в этот портал.
Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right? That's right! By the way, what they said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all? Oh, well then... First off, that Abyss Herald called your brother Prince. It seems like your brother is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to him. Still, we don't know for sure if he's the highest ranking leader in the organization. Also, your brother said that he wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with destiny. What the heck does that mean? Could it be he wants to destroy
Как я мог знать, если я вот только сейчас об этом узнал? Я же сюжетку не проходил.
The Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain terrifying. And Dane is from Conria too. He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago. But he didn't turn into a monster. And now he's fighting the Abyss Order. So that's why your brother said that Dane is his enemy, right? But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now? Also, how come after all this time we've spent searching for your brother, it turns out he's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with that? Yeah, you're right. Then we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright. If your brother wants you to reach the end of your journey, show him what you're made of. Come on, traveler, let's go.
Стафеечки, думаешь, сделаю такой? Ну, не знаю, может быть. А теперь дайте мне прикоснуться к этой штуке. Стоп, 970. Нет, а сфоткаться нельзя тут? Ящик. Чуть не забыл. А я хотел сфоткаться. Да не, я хотел потом на заставку поставить. Но что-то не срослось. Тикс. Что, хватит, наверное, на сегодня? Потом дальше попрохожу. Так, ну, получается все, да? Я эту заданку завершил. Круто, не напоследок? Думаешь, накопилось? Там 459. Ой, 495. Давай вот здесь крутанем. Да что ж ты мне так везешь-то? Прям. Сахароза, блин. На другом баннере и опять она выпала. Ох уж это сахароза. Везет мне на нее. Нет. Синька. Все. Ну могу вот здесь еще крутануть. Нет, синька.
Good. Going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Такая. Такс, я даже задание не выполнил сегодня. Так, у меня открылось вот это вот, да? Новое. И дворец. И что лучше проходить? Ветер дует. У меня там район даже не открыт. Ты понимаешь? Я даже не знаю, где это Сумеру. Ну, я завтра еще побегаю, посмотрю.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Тут еще и этих надо было, точно. Точно. Я и забыл, что надо отправлять. На 20 часов это, наверное, многовато будет, на 12 поставлю. Где это? Вот это что ли? Видишь? Да? Я не могу.
It's new.
Я очень сильно отстал, так что
Time for afternoon tea.
не получится. Где эта сахароза? Опять. А до какого уровня там качаться-то? Возвышать, как думаешь? Офигеть, у нее столько открыто уже. А костюмы не у всех еще, да?
This trip has a lot.
А, там же еще вот за это дается.
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Понятненько. Джон Ли, глава 2 могу открыть. Интересно. Что значит закрыто? Дофига. А вот это задание, как раз каменное сердце, да? Ладно, мне, короче, тут проходить и не напроходиться еще. Ладно, буду завершать, короче. Спасибо, что посидел, Алексиус, до конца. И спасибо. И пока.